Alrighty, guys. Good evening. Happy fucking Tuesdays. Hope you guys are having a wonderful evening so far. Good. Tonight, guys, we're going to be doing more Overwatch 2. Strange happenstance last night, guys. Just happened to turn reduced buffering off and on, and it actually seemed to make a big difference. Whether or not it's true or it changes anything remains to be seen. Good. Cautiously optimistic, as with everything we change that seems to make a big difference and then doesn't. What do we got going on tonight, guys? Pretty good. You should probably go get stitches for that, as that turns out. And probably wear a bike helmet. Or should have worn a bike helmet, but you're probably going to disagree on that one, because it makes you look silly or something. Turns out your cranium is pretty easy to crack and bang up, and you don't want it to get banged up. When I first started skiing, like 3 decades ago, no one wore helmets. In the last 10 years, pretty much everyone wears a helmet now when they ski. Just different times. You usually do wear a helmet, except for the one time you didn't. That's not funny, more so because that's your fault, but just the way that life kind of throws things at you. Gotta remain diligent, otherwise you get fucked. Gonna get my coffee. My day's going pretty good, though. Gonna get my coffee here, guys. Yeah, if you got an 8-inch gash on your head, you probably should go get it stitched up. Usually when it's over like an inch is when and it's like deep, that's when you actually have to go get stitches, dude. If it's like cut, that's different. But if you hit your head on the curb, that definitely probably entails stitches, and they probably want to make sure that you don't have a concussion, mainly because you could have bleeding. Because if that was caused by hitting your head on something rather than being cut, there's a good chance you have a concussion. And they usually keep you for observation. Hopefully you have health insurance. Usually they keep you off for observation in case you have internal hemorrhaging. Just FYI, to make you feel all giddy inside. Although not everyone can afford healthcare. It's one of the downsides of the U.S. People might, you might hear all sorts of shit about Canada's healthcare where you have to wait in line and shit. But the difference between you being able to actually go in and get healthcare in an emergency is a pretty big deal. That's a pretty big deal. And despite what you might think, you can still get private healthcare in the Canada. That's one of the things they don't tell you, by the way. Anyone that complains about Canadian healthcare, their universal healthcare, they have private doctors up there too. And they can just come to the US if they really want to. But they don't, because once again, it comes down, the end of the day, it comes down to how much you want to spend to stay alive. Yeah. So they can go to the private healthcare practitioners up there too. So while you hear them bitching about, or hear someone bitching, like the counter argument is, oh, they have to wait in line for specialized healthcare, is the fact that they can get emergency care. And if they need specialized healthcare, they can also get private specialized healthcare. It just costs money, just like in the US. And they can even come to the US and get the same private healthcare, and it'll cost just as fucking much. Because there's no benefit of living in the US when it comes to healthcare. The private capitalistic healthcare system is here for everyone that is willing to pay for it. It's not just for U.S. citizens. It's not. Hey, look, the U.S. system versus the Canadian system. We don't have a U.S. system. We have privatized healthcare in which anyone can come here and pay for it. So it's like a non-argument. It's like complaining about X and Y when in fact you're comparing apples to oranges because we don't have a universal healthcare system, unless you're. Like, your state might have something, like mine is like Badger Care or Medicaid or something like that, but a lot of places don't, so. Yeah, okay, well, your life, dude. As I mentioned, that's generally why they keep you overnight, which is probably why you also don't want to go in, is because it's going to cost you money. That's the problem, right? Is the fact you probably should go in, and you know you should go in, but you don't want to go in because it's going to cost you money. It's basically the end of the day, it just comes down to money. And a lot of people can't afford healthcare, so even if you have health insurance, they aren't going to pay for all of that. And if you have really shitty health insurance, you'll probably pay for most of it. Maybe you'll get a little bit of a discount, but you'll pay for most of it. So up until you reach your premium, or your deductible, your deductible, which if you have shitty health insurance is a lot of money. But if you have a really nice deductible, assuming you don't get it for work, and they definitely charge you for that, regardless of the fact it might be free from work, that's included in your hiring benefits. So it's something they factor in when they pay you money. Yeah. If you have a lower deductible, you're going to pay more per month. Or, yeah. If you're poor and you do taxes, you should be able to get cheaper healthcare, though. That's part of Affordable Care Act, so. If you're poor, there's really no reason to not file taxes, by the way. Because basically you just get everything back and more. And then you get social benefits. There's actually where people complain about poor people not paying taxes, by the way. If you ever hear the argument in the U.S. from the right that the poor people don't pay taxes, if they paid taxes, they'd actually make more money off of the system than if they don't file taxes at all. That's because they get benefits for being poor, like welfare. Yeah. So the fact that they don't file taxes, if they don't file taxes, the fact that they don't file taxes actually saves people money that live in the U.S. because it's less burden on the tax system, which is fucking hilarious. The people that cost the government a lot of money because they don't file taxes or they have a bunch of loopholes are the billionaires. So it doesn't go the opposite direction. There aren't a bunch of poor people that literally get that not filing make money because of it. No, they would get it all back, and then they would get benefits back too. That's the way it goes. Okay, I gotta get my coffee, guys, before we get into things here. 1 second. That's the way it goes, though, guys. Anyways. Got a lovely response from Battle Nonsense. We talked about this yesterday, guys, with Battle Nonsense, where there are basically gatekeeping by tech tubers and reviewers in general about the LDAT. Take a little bit of extra to respond to. In lieu. In lieu of something? Lieu. Yeah, he's trying to... I've made a suggestion in NVIDIA. I mean, I made a suggestion in NVIDIA, and then tons of other people have also made and asked for LDAT to be marketed. I don't know, maybe you just didn't understand or know that there were other options now that exist besides LDAT. Yeah, you don't need a... Don't hang something off your monitor. I don't think that matters as long as it's not in the middle of your screen. That's what I mentioned in the corner. Good. Okay. Took a little bit longer to respond to that. That happens, guys. In-depth posts. That's the whole argument of you shouldn't give tools to people because they might misuse them, and I disagree with that. People will misuse the shit out of everything, even if it has a well-written-out guide. That's just the way that it goes. But at the same time, I think the benefits outweigh the negatives if anyone wants to test something and figure something out. There's plenty of people that got an LDAT, which is a latency monitor from NVIDIA, and then just put it away after they did an initial couple, maybe 1 or 2 reviews from it, and then they just put it away and then you never heard about it again, so. CPU and CPU scaling, don't really care. We watched the video on the 13500, I think it was yesterday. Pretty good processor for the price, so. This is also from Hardware Unboxed. They're pumping out articles. Good for them. What really happened? I love those. They're like what ifs. 0.1 million views. Streaming hates animation? It doesn't. As it turns out, there's just a lot of really shitty Western animation that comes out because it's all basically shitty sitcoms. What do we got? Let's watch Tom Scott take a ride on a telescope, guys. Ooh.
Oh, wow.
Oh.
The Parkes Radio Telescope here in Australia is most famous for receiving pictures from the Apollo 11 moonwalk, but it's still in near constant use for astronomy and scientific research. Now, it's a maintenance day here today, which is why I'm allowed to be here on the surface of the dish. And the dish is about to tilt over, nearly all the way to touching the ground. And I'm going to be here while it happens. I'm going for a ride. But that would be a lot of very slow, boring footage of me just awkwardly standing and sitting here as my world tilts over. So while that's happening, let me show you how I got here. I'm going to be filming this awkwardly. We've got John here.
That's actually pretty remarkable. Size of the base compared to the top.
Let's go see a telescope.
Yeah, let's go in, Tom, and see what it's like inside it.
You can tell it was built in the 60s and 70s, can't you? Big asbestos warning.
This is the ground floor where we have the air conditioning units that help keep all our electronics cool.
And the astronomers, presumably.
And the astronomers too. Just behind Jackie, we have the most important room in the building, which is the astronomer's kitchen. If they do visit, they can stay on site. But over the last 10 years, we've switched to a remote observing regime where people can log in over the internet to observe. So we have fewer and fewer astronomers visiting now. But let's go on upstairs and have a look in the main control room. So follow me on that.
This is so weird because the clouds are rotating. I know the dish is rotating, but I cannot see anything.
So this is the old control room.
Oh.
The old control dish that was recreated for the film The Dish used to be located about there. But in 1982, it was decommissioned and replaced by a computerized desk.
Surprise.
We use the PDP-11 computers. Doesn't crash very often. It doesn't have an operating system. It just stays up very reliably. And so we still use it to drive the dish around and to point the telescope too. If it's not broken, we're not fixing it.
Pretty much.
The radio waves.
And well, I do believe that you can't actually improve on stuff unless you break it and fix it in the first place, or just try to improve it in the first place. It's going to break, no matter what, by the way. With a lot of old, antiquated systems, if it's not broken, don't fix it sort of ordeal is because when you figure out there's a lot of stuff that is interdependencies, you learn not to touch stuff. And I don't want to mean that because you shouldn't touch stuff when you're trying to make stuff better, but rather in a usage case, especially a live usage case, you don't want to touch stuff because it will result in a lot of headaches, especially when it comes to Linux. I fucking hate Linux and I can rant about Linux for hours. Linux is the most contrived piece of shit OS in existence. It works if you babysit the fuck out of it. And there's a lot of people that do. But like for like a home user or even a power user, I don't want to sit there for hours fighting my OS to do something basic. Did you guys know that Linux does not have a device manager? I've told you guys about this before. This is like one of the biggest easy to go to arguments that I make about Linux is there's no device manager. So anytime there's a problem with your hardware, good luck figuring it out. Yeah, and you can install and uninstall all you want, and then it'll fuck up a bunch of stuff when you're doing that, by the way. Yeah, good luck with this, something that really fucking matters because it tells you a bunch of information about a piece of hardware that is, there you got thousands, hundreds of them in your computer. I was going to say thousands, you have hundreds of them in your computer, including very detailed information about it if you really want to dig into it. Linux, you have to go through a device tree, and it is very, very contrived. Imagine this just being a list without user-friendly names on it. Yeah, good luck. Good fucking luck. Linux fucking sucks. Anytime you have to fix, it looks pretty on the surface, but the moment you have to fix something, it goes to shit. You will waste a boatload of time, and then when you go to visit the forums, you'll deal with a bunch of elitist assholes that'll complain about you not knowing what you're supposed to know because you're obviously supposed to know it before you know it. Yeah, and it's your fault for not knowing things before you're supposed to know them. And yeah, like you can't make this shit up. Like I think they literally like using Linux is just like this. It's like a cult. It's a religious cult where people want to enjoy it because they want to enjoy the idea that they're different than everyone else and better than everyone else. And they don't realize how much fucking time they waste on the fucking shitty OS. It's great for very specific tasks, like if you have a backbone internet, you got some sort of service, someone running somewhere in a closet, you want it to run for years, have at it. You'll get someone, you'll pay someone a bunch of money to do it, and then you'll never touch it, and the next guy will come in and learn not to touch it because it just fucking works, and you'll have a server that sits in a fucking closet, and no one fucking touches it because they know better than touching the Linux machine because that will lead to hours of headache and or being fired because when stuff goes down and it costs your company a bunch of money, yeah, someone's going to take the blame for that, and you don't want to be the guy that takes the blame for it. So you leave it. You just fucking leave it. The guy that's been fired 10 years ago still has a very specific curtailed system sitting somewhere in a closet that just runs. Yeah, that is Linux. That is the story of Linux, and it is horrible. It's absolutely fucking horrid to use. I fucking hate Linux. You waste so much fucking time. And even in software development where people talk about, it's so amazing, like when someone's coding something, but then when it comes time to deploy, there's a bunch of people that have a bunch of issues with it. And then they have to come up with all these Band-Aid fixes to fix it that Windows just works fine. Because, surprise, they aren't the developer's computer. There's a bunch of them that are deployed, and just, Jesus, guys.
Coming down from the stars, they're reflected off the parabolic surface of the dish, and they're brought to the focus where the radio waves are concentrated. We can typically collect a few terabytes of data a day, but with the new receivers that we're commissioning later this year, we'll be looking at maybe 9 terabytes an hour. The telescope itself is an extremely sensitive radio detector because the energies that we're collecting from the stars are incredibly weak.
Yeah, I mean, a web server, something you never touch, and you just
to the floor here
let it run. It's literally someone's life to work on that machine. And when I want to use a home system, I don't want anything to do with fucking work. Fuck you. You spend your time on some shitty problem that involves just typing in an exact command in the command line to fix your issues.
The energy that feather expended when it struck the floor was more than all the energy ever collected by every radio telescope ever built in terms of the astronomical data. And so that's why radio telescopes have to be so large, because you want as large a collecting area as possible. Any electronic devices will transmit radio waves that could very easily overwhelm the really feeble signals we're trying to detect, such as mobile phones.
Such as these wireless mics, by the way. It's a maintenance day. I got special permission for these.
That's right. A lot of this equipment we've designed ourselves, but we also have other equipment that we buy off the shelf, and there we have to put them in shielded equipment because they're not really designed to be radio quiet, so to speak. A mobile telephone on the moon's surface, 400,000 kilometers away, would be one of the brightest radio sources in the sky for us.
Okay.
So if we can detect it from the moon, we have no trouble detecting it from the car park. We refer to this as the master control panel. If I was to turn this off here, you can see it's on remote. It'll be on computer control so that people off-site can log in, take control and move the telescope. But if I was to put it on to local and master control, I'll be able to move it using these dials up and down.
Wait, the dials still work?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay. Gravity is changing direction. We got to walk.
I can imagine their message board right now. Telescope is close. Well, I guess it's daytime, so you probably can't use it. Well, actually, I mean, for measuring radiation, visible light is one thing. You probably could still use to measure radiation during the daytime or something. The Discord server is telescope is down to tilt it so influencer can have a ride on it.
This way. I guess we got to stay horizontal here. I'm not actually sure what horizontal is anymore. Am I still? No, I think I need to go further. I'm not horizontal yet. I've got no reference frame. I can't see the horizon. I can't see anything. This is dizzying.
Because we observe remotely now, there's nobody in the tower when we're observing, and so we need a way to make sure the telescope's safe at all times. So we have this device called the Telescope Protection System, or TPS, which monitors hundreds of data points on the telescope, and if it detects an issue that might be a problem, it immediately alerts us using SMS, messages, emails, telex, everything, and we can immediately descend on the telescope, see what's wrong and fix it. And we have an anemometer.
I mean, you just
as soon as
short
the wind
little
reaches a
kind of
certain
quips.
critical speed, that's when we say the winds are too high, and we just stow the telescope. Because essentially the telescope's just a giant beach umbrella.
I mean, this thing's incredibly robust. It's held up to significant wind and weather.
When it was commissioned back in October 1961, it was only intended to operate for 20 years. So we're now 41 years old.
I don't know why you do that, by the way. Why do you assume it's 21 years?
We've continually upgraded the telescope. The most obvious upgrades have been to the dish surface.
I'm not going to do anything, but suddenly, I'm not walking on a solid surface, I'm walking on the mesh of the dish, and my brain is just about dealing with it.
We're going up into the dish surface here, so we're first going up through the spiral staircase in the central column. This central column is on a separate foundation to the rest of the building, because at the top of the this column is the master equator, the device that helps us point the telescope accurately. So we don't want that connected to the rest of the building because the vibrations will cause the pointings of the telescope to be out.
Wow.
So
Okay.
come on up.
So all the cables here are transmission cables?
That's right, yeah, they're bringing signals down from the focus cabin, and also we send other commands up to operate the equipment and power it and so on also. Okay.
I just looked over and there's a horizon all of a sudden.
We're now going to go through the door down to the azimuth track building.
Right, okay. Oh, yeah, I just looked up. There's a telescope up there.
Before we go all the way down, you can see this is the twister room. The cables coming down from the focus cabin come down here first. There are two counter-rotating rings, so as the dish rotates in azimuth, they counter-rotate, so they take up the slack and release it so that the cables don't get twisted and tangled or anything like that.
Oh, that's very clever.
So this level is what we call the azimuth track, and this is the actual azimuth track. And if you look here, you can see it's sitting on 4 rollers, but only 2 are driven. On this track, we move it left and right like this. But you can see in the center there's nothing actually holding it down. It's just pivoted there. It's just the sheer weight of the structure that keeps the telescope grounded. Oh, wow. Because everything from this level on up weighs 1,000 tons, or the equivalent of 3 fully laden jumbo jets.
Yeah, okay. All right.
So when they built the telescope back in the 50s, they didn't have computers that could do the coordinate conversions fast enough. So instead, Barnes Wallis, a very famous British engineer, he came up with this device, essentially said, it's an optical telescope, and because that's the polar axis, once you point the optical telescope to the position you want on the sky, you only have to move it at a constant rate around the polar axis so that you could then follow the object smoothly across the
You're
sky.
adjusting for the Earth's rotation by just rotating something at the same angle in the opposite direction.
In the opposite direction. And this was the secret to the telescope's success. We were able to point the telescope very, very accurately on the sky. In fact, it was so successful that all subsequent large single dish antennas employed a master equatorial up until about the 1990s, when the microprocessors were small enough and fast enough to do the coordinate conversions on the fly. Before we go up, let's have a walk around the superstructure just under the dish. So here we go.
You're walking around here a lot more casually than I am.
Oh, okay. You can see here, this is a great view. You can see out towards the east where we have the Harvey Ranges that shield us from the radio emissions from the larger population centres further east.
Right.
This is one of the reasons why it was chosen. It's very radio quiet.
All right. So next stop.
Yeah. We'll go around, we'll keep going around, and then we'll end up where we started.
If you just turn the camera around that way for a moment, that's where I was standing a moment ago, was in the middle of that dish. This ride I'm taking isn't just a gimmick. It's called a hayride sometimes, but it turns out that's a term that was invented by Americans for a film that was shot here more than 20 years ago. The folks at Parks actually just call this riding the dish, and they use it to get heavy equipment in and out of the central part, because it's a lot easier to let the dish do the lifting instead of trying to actually lug bulky gear through all the corridors and stairwells inside. 2 hands on the railing, and we're down.
You're shitting me.
Thank you very much, folks.
Well, good. It can just literally just go to the ground.
Thank you, Jack.
Boop. Nice. All right. What else do we got going on here? Yep, demo ranch is being canceled, or fear of it. Got some FUD going on there. Taking away the demo ranch. My Invincible. We talked about the trailer for Invincible, and I had to trim it out of my video because I got a copyright notice for it. Good. Last of Us First Impressions, 40-minute video. I'm not going to watch that because I still have not watched Last of Us, and I plan on watching it myself. So I don't want it to be spoiled. I will leave that to fallow. Actually, this is After Hours. Is podcast? Yeah, it's podcast. Don't care. For a critical drinker, I'm not watching your podcast. TYVM. VM. Very much. What else we got going on here? I think it's Smarter Every Day. What time is it? Fuel injectors. Let's take a peek.
Hey, it's me, Destin. Welcome back
Destin.
to Smarter Every Day. You remember an earlier video we talked about how carburetors work?
I saw
we made this
it was pretty good.
Carburetor, and you can see that there's a bowl,
Oh.
there's the float, there's a needle, and then there's this venturi on top. And the wonderful thing about a carburetor is that as the piston draws in the air, that fuel is pulled up into the venturi. And
Smarter Every Day is basically a channel about like kind of concepts that just exist in day-to-day life and takes a scientific approach.
Well, today on Smarter Every Day, since we know so much about carburetors, let's go find the carburetor on this old tractor. All right, let's go over to this side of the engine. Got to open this thing up here and check this out. I did this earlier. This mechanism is so cool. Check this out. The engine is up under the battery here. And the first time I tried this, I took the battery out like an idiot. But the way you actually do it is this, which is beautiful. Okay, so this is the top of the engine, and you'll notice
I didn't watch this.
There's not like a carburetor looking thing here. Like I don't have a
You didn't watch it here. I don't know how you watched it without me, Slane.
I've just got pipes going straight in to the top of the engine right here. You see that? It says firing order 1, 2, 3. So this is a 3-cylinder engine. Those things right there, let's zoom in, that is a fuel injector. And you're smart. You read the title to this video, and you know that we're about to do something awesome. We're about to look at a fuel injector in slow motion to see it spray, kind of like the carburetor when it misted the fuel in the air and mixed it up. Fuel injectors work differently, and I happen to have a buddy that legit owns a tractor parts company, and we're about to go check this out in slow motion. Let's go get smarter every day. This is my buddy Dean. He owns Cross Creek Tractor, and he does all kinds of tractor parts. What do you do mainly? Tractor parts. Dude, you're getting everything out of that. So Dean started his business years ago doing tractor salvage, right?
Yeah.
So this is, you're getting every usable part off this thing, ain't you? And so, look at all this. All these used tractors back in here. Are most of them scrap?
Yeah. Cross Creek Tractor is an amazing place. They refurbish parts from this huge graveyard of old tractors, and it's incredible to see what they're doing, but Dean has taken it to the next level. He now has a full CNC machining operation where they make totally new parts for tractors as old as the 1940s, all the way up to the newer models. These parts allow people to keep their tractors running, which is really important for a lot of people all over the world, and I absolutely love seeing that Made in America sticker Cross Creek sticks on their boxes. I love that. I'm gonna be manufacturing some stuff soon,
Can't do that for
I'm
cheap
excited
shit.
to do that myself. Anyways, whenever I come around, Dean's
I'm
always
sure
talking
they
about
charge
how
a
he's making
fucking premium
tractor
for their parts.
He's not making rocket parts, but don't let him fool you. He's doing
Bullshit.
some really awesome stuff.
I'm sure they have
My
a
old
fucking
friend Jacob
premium on
works
this
there,
shit.
And we got to work setting up.
If someone can supply you with a part that you can't get anywhere else except salvage, only it's also fucking new, oh, that's dollar signs right there, guys. I'm sure that CNC machine is paid for itself.
A little experiment to explore some tractor fuel injectors.
All right, so we're in the shop. This is my buddy Jacob, Cross Creek Tractor. So we understand carburetors at this point. They create a vacuum pressure that pulls in fuel from the bowl and vaporizes it, but injectors are different, right?
That's right. They're a totally different system. It's a forced fuel injection.
Okay, so these are different types of fuel injectors, and you were telling me, I've already forgotten. I know this is international.
Correct.
Was this?
Kubota, Massey Ferguson, John Deere, Ford.
Okay, so these are all different types of injectors. These two are new, and these are sold here at Cross Creek Tractor. Get your tractor parts at crosscreektractor.com. I'm assuming that's your website.
Always, that is. That is the correct website.
Jacob and I go way back. You were on Smarter Every Day, like episode 20 something.
Vortex shedding.
Okay, so what we have here is a way to demonstrate a fuel injector. I'm gonna turn the phantom off, it's a little bit loud. So this is a tester used to test fuel injectors, right?
Correct.
And how does it work?
All right, it's basically a hydraulic pump that has a gauge on it. It works sort of like a floor jack. You would shut off your valve, attach the
Whoa,
injector.
did I just squirt you with fuel?
Just a little bit.
Oh, okay, my bad.
That's
Dude,
okay.
I'm sorry. I did not plan that through, dude. I'm sorry.
That's okay. But then you hook the injector up to it, then you continue to pump that until you build the pressure that it takes to overcome the spring tension in the injector, and then you would check.
So it's like a check valve.
It's just like a check valve inside there. You overcome the spring tension, moves the plunger, releases the fuel. You check what pressure it pops off at and the pattern.
Can we hook one up?
We sure can.
All right, which one is this you're gonna go
This
for?
one, we'll start out with the International.
Okay, and not to use crude language or anything here, but it looks like a nipple at the end with little holes in it, and that pattern dictates what kind of spray pattern you get inside the engine. So what does an ideal pattern look like on a fuel injector?
The ideal pattern is going to be even throughout all of the holes, as you pointed out at the end of the injectors. If you've got 4 ports on there, you're going to want to see fuel coming out of all 4 ports of those. You want it to come out in a almost even burst where it will be evenly distributed inside the cylinder. If you get too much on one side, you get an uneven combustion.
Like if you get too much fuel on one side of the cylinder,
Right,
it won't burn complete on that side.
It won't be burn complete, and you'll end up with black exhaust smoke, incompletely burned fuel, poor fuel economy, and eventually engine failure.
So basically,
Maybe.
you'll have a rich side of the engine and a
The host,
lean
I
side.
believe it's Desden.
Yeah.
Correct.
And so
Right.
that
the
affects
host of the show
temperature
is
and stuff
definitely
like that.
very
That's interesting
traditional
because
Southern.
on the carburetor, everything happens upstream
Right.
from the inlet. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna get this slow-mo video here, and we're gonna look at the nozzle.
Sounds
Fuel
like he has a very
injection
traditional
systems
family.
Are super high speed, like crazy high speed. So
Actually,
I wanna
maybe
see this. We'll
not.
put that light on behind you.
Traditional
We're gonna
as in
backlight these
mindset, but not
things,
necessarily
and we're gonna try to get some
in
nozzle spray patterns using the Phantom. Here we go.
So we set up a bucket to
Application?
catch fuel as it sprays
It
out
seemed
of the
like his
injector,
dad
and we
was,
dialed in the lighting.
I think his
We wanted
dad
to
works
start
for
with this old
aerospace.
injector from an international tractor to see if this thing was still working.
We got a little leak, but it'll work.
Yep.
He's
3,
had him on the
2,
show
1.
a couple times when he's talking about NASA stuff.
Oh wow! Look at all that fuel. It was super smoky in a good way.
Yep.
Come check this out.
This slow-mo is deceiving because it looks like you're just watching liquid come out of a little bitty hole, but if you look down here, that timing is in milliseconds. This event is extremely fast.
Is that good?
That is a not great pattern. That one, you could probably see some misfiring issues on that.
Because it's
not a uniform stream.
What pressure did it pop off at?
That one popped off at 2250.
You would have liked to have seen more uniform streams on that.
Right, more of a uniform mist out of the end of it.
All right, should we try a new one?
Yep.
How old would you say that injector is?
That injector right there was probably from the late 60s, early 70s.
So fuel injector technology is pretty old.
Pretty old.
Really?
Pretty old.
And this is the old injector you're taking off?
And the adapter to fit it to the injector tester.
What is this from?
That's a Kubota.
Kubota. All right, ready?
Yep.
Yep. So you're having to put some force to it.
Well, I mean, you're building 3,000. This particular one looks like it's about 3,100 PSI. So you're literally, I mean, you're using hydraulic pressure, so it's not like you're lifting 3,000 pounds, but yes, you got to put a pretty good amount of pressure on it to.
All right, let's look at that one. How's that one look?
This one is a much better pattern than the one we saw on the last go around. There were more individual streams coming out of the other one, so it's going to give you incomplete combustion. As you can see in this
wonder
one,
where it does the sound.
It's vaporizing the fuel, atomizing the fuel more, so you're going to
Must
get
do
that
it in
more
a
even
sound booth,
combustion inside
like
the
a
cylinder.
dark
So
sound
this is
booth.
going to burn more efficiently.
Yes.
Like
Like
all
maybe he
around,
did
all
this
about
test
all
All around.
again
You're going to get that even heating in
for
the
the
chamber,
actual
and that's going to be a
shots.
better fuel burn.
So this is an ideal, maybe not ideal, but it's much
Not
better.
in a shop,
Good.
like in a dark
Okay.
room.
So we filmed a lot more of these fuel injectors in slow-mo, and it was amazing to see the different approaches to delivery and vaporization of the fuel in an attempt to maximize power and performance. A lot of these things have 4 streams that shoot out radially, which is really fun to watch. I love looking at these things knowing that this can happen up to thousands of times a minute inside an engine. This is fascinating.
Thank you very much, Jacob.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. I didn't blow it up. All right, this should go without saying, but do not try what I'm about to do at home, even if you have really cool safety glasses. All right, turns out you can buy these fuel injector testers on the internet for pretty cheap. In true redneck fashion, I have a propane torch duct taped to a stick with that flame tip being right at the end of a fuel injector. This is one of those that's got the 4 tips on it, like it has 4 streams of fuel. So let's catch some slow motion. We'll go 6,000 frames per second. 1, 2, 3. Okay.
You don't say.
All right, let's look at that.
Didn't get the bottom one?
Wow.
Incomplete combustion.
Oh, man.
Gotta move his
Okay.
torch.
Okay, here's what I learned here. When I first started squirting it, it was just liquid, just like a solid stream, but it wasn't until the correct vaporization or the cloudiness, if you will, it wasn't until that started that it actually lit fire. So that's key to combustion. You gotta have the right surface area of the fuel to the air, and of course you gotta have spark. So, okay, we didn't like one of the streams, but let's try it again. Let's see if we can get all
Wasted.
4 to light. I have a mega fire extinguisher, just so you know.
Oh.
All right, here we go. 1, 2, 3. Okay.
It actually looks like he needs to move it down. Too close. It's in the cone of the fire from the looks of it.
Yeah, I've got to go get a better torch. Okay, acetylene torch. I'm melting that. Ready? 1, 2, 3. No, we only got 3.
I think he's having to point outward. Do I shave the front of my chin on purpose? Yeah. Also, some parts of this I can't grow hair on. Yeah. Weird question, but sure. Yeah.
I'm starting to understand this. I can't see the camera. There's
Also
so
have
much
a
light.
soul
It's
patch
like
too.
the stoichiometry is changing radially out from the center of the injector, and so it's, yeah, think about it. Boundary conditions right at the little exit. It's 100% fuel. Way out into infinity, it's 100%.
But if I didn't shave it, if I didn't
Somewhere
shave certain
in
parts of it,
between,
I'd end
there's
up
a
with like
boundary, it's a
maybe a
gradient.
couple
And
pieces
so
of hair in there, and
there's
then
an
just look
optimal
kind of. Well, you guys probably
mixture
couldn't see because of
point
the
somewhere
resolution,
between
but
nozzle exit and getting out into the air.
Sure.
So there's this radial boundary that it can't backburn into, and I don't know what you call that, but we just saw it. So it's like the fuel and the air have to agree that, okay, now it's time to burn, and the fire is trying to run backwards, but it can't quite get there because the stoichiometry goes back to fuel rich. Very interesting. I want to point out one thing that has just occurred to me. So I am using a torch to light off the fuel on these diesel fuel injectors, but that's not how this would work inside a diesel engine. And I got these really cool old books to show you
Pressure
why.
related?
So in this one, there's a really cool graphic showing the difference between a gasoline engine and a diesel. Gasoline on the right here, you can see we have a spark plug that acts like the torch I'm using. It provides the flame which propagates from one side to the other.
he's also not using
But with
diesel
a
fuel,
true
he's using
diesel
gas.
engine, it would be more like this. It's the compression and the hot gases being compressed that it makes it all explode. That's how a diesel engine works. So that's probably more what these fuel injectors are actually seeing. Another thing I want to point out is there's many different types of fuel injection.
glow plugs don't run
We're talking about
while the-
direct fuel injection right
that's just
now,
when it's
which
starting.
is basically injecting the fuel directly into the cylinder. That requires
Like, they aren't
really
like,
high pressures.
spark plugs.
But
They
there's
don't run
also a
when
method
the,
called the port
engine's
injection
running.
method, where you can have the fuel injector upstream of the intake valve, and then when you open that valve, you can squirt in there, and that
Pressure is what
requires
causes
lower
combustion.
pressure. So my point is, fuel injection is complicated, and we will talk about some of these other methods in a
see.
future video. Here's what I want to do right now. I want to transition from these quad nozzles, I'll call them, I don't know what you call those, to these single type sprayers, because I want to see it spray straight out, and I just think this high speed is beautiful, and I'm learning, and I want to keep doing it. So yeah.
Get those views, Desden.
20,000
Get those
frames
views.
per second. Let's see what's up. Okay.
Oh yeah? You think I should have a pedo mustache? I had one at one point with the soul patch, and there is no way to escape the pedophile remarks when you have a mustache in any way, shape, or form. That ship has sailed as much as the toothbrush mustache has sailed, which is the Hitler mustache, if you're aware of that. Yeah, I don't think you can do that anymore. Some people try to do that on Twitch, and it just doesn't work. You have to have either a really, really thick mustache or something else going on there. But, yeah. I mean, I've tried all different sorts of facial hair. This was just my current iteration with the chin strap. I had a goatee at one point, goatee with a mustache at one point. I had sideburns with the goatee. I've never done the face hole, like the donut on the front. I always thought that looked weird, and I can't grow hair right here, so you can't do it. Such a good look. I guess if you're trying to make a point, you know, yeah. Sure. I'm not a big gimmick streamer. Like, I don't like gimmicks to attract people. I know they work, though, by the way. I'm fully aware that they work. This is my current iteration that I have going on. I changed my facial hair up every once in a while. I thought about going back to the goatee, though. Have I tried Wolverine? Does he have, like, mutton chops? Everyone likes slow motion fire, guys. Come on. Music overtakes you. I see. The music overtake you guys too?
It looks like the Eye of Sauron. Look at that. It totally does. Oh, man. It is beautiful, though. Oh, that's pretty. All right. I hope you enjoyed this as much as I do. This is amazing. So, like, direct
But yeah,
injection,
you can't
fuel
do just
injection.
the
There's
mustache
more
anymore.
stuff too. There's throttle body. There's
I can't
electronic fuel
grow a
injection,
super thick
there's port
mustache,
injection.
and
We're
mustaches
gonna learn
without
about
other
all
facial
that.
hair
I have
just does
filmed
not.
all this stuff already. I've just got to make the video. And so a huge thanks to everybody that supports on Patreon. You'll notice there's not a sponsor
Yeah, Prince
on this
money,
video
by the way.
because Patreon is how I made this thing happen. So super duper
Well, it's
thank
not.
you.
You probably
I
could have
will
made it
shout
anyways
out
on
the
YouTube, but
company,
Patreon
though.
also
My
pays
buddy
his bills.
Dean,
So.
He has Cross Creek Tractor.
CrossCreekTractor.com.
Yep.
That's the deal. Call Jacob and blow his phone up, make him have a hard week next week. So basically, you guys sell parts that like electrical parts, all the stuff is new. You do used, everything, right?
Everything.
Yeah.
You use top to bottom.
And you do old stuff and you manufacture new stuff as well.
We do, yes.
Yeah. So if you got an old tractor, you need it run, CrossCreekTractor.com. I never thought we'd be here. Did you think we'd be
I
here?
never thought we'd be here. I remember the bottle rocket and the brush pile.
Yeah.
That's where it all began.
That is where it all began, like 20 years ago or something.
Really probably should have gone into entertainment, didn't you? I mean, you have such a presence on
CrossCreekTractor.com. I'm going to cut this off before they say something I don't want you to hear.
Make sure we don't get any Rule 34 in here. I don't know what the kids are looking up nowadays. Hey, he has fucking mutton chops. Yeah. He does actually have mutton chops. That's basically mutton chops, guys. Actually, I don't know. I think mutton chops has to go around the top, right? It's like missing the chin, but it goes around your top. So maybe not complete mutton chops. Types of facial hair. On men? Types of facial hair on... You have to specify on men? Okay. Mutton chops. Yeah, it goes across the top. Friendly mutton chops. What is the side? Just... Is that sideburns? Mouth hole beard, I guess is called a circle beard. Like the mutton chops without the center. I guess it's just another form of mutton chops, because here it doesn't show the center. Fucking mutton chops. And here with the centerpiece with the mutton chops is called a huli. Hully? Longer on the sides is a hully. Mutton chops here is showing the center. Turns out sometimes not everything is completely agreed upon, guys, when it comes to subjective interpretations. Yeah, it looks like, I guess, just maybe a modified mutton chops because it's missing the centerpiece here. But it's totally mutton chops. Have you tried mutton chops? Nope, I have not tried mutton chops, but, you know, I'll put it on the list of possibilities. I've, for a while there, I guess I was actually related, or not related to, but, that's not the first time where I've been told I'm kind of like a budget Wolverine if I, did his mustache. That was mainly when I grew out my facial hair. I fucking hate having long facial hair, guys. In general, yeah. Bugs me. Overwatch. Esperanto? No, that's not right. English, US, 23. Some of these videos had a view on them. It's gone. Why does YouTube do this? I get like 1 or 2 views on a video, and then like a day or two later I look at it and it's gone. Like, what the fuck is this shit? I know. We looked at this yesterday, and one of these videos had a view on it. And now today I looked at it, and there's no views. What? It's like taking taking the tiny little bit of hope in my heart and just... Yeah, it's like, nope, it was a lie. You never actually got a view on that video. I don't know if that's an error in the system or what that means, but it's kind of weird for me. Like, I don't have a bunch of viewers or anything like that. It's kind of weird to get, like, one view and then just, like, YouTube taking it away. And it's not the first time that's happened, by the way. I've talked about it a couple different times. Overwatch Reddits, guys. Let's take a look at the Reddits here before we get into game. Oh, I got some lovely hate mail. What do we got? Oh. Huh? I had dog teammates with me on iridescent. People like play for 20 minutes, 5 to 10k BP. I don't think your rating matters because you get matched with whoever. Grade in the top right corner is not your MMR or SBMM rating. Hidden, and you can't. Grade is just how long you play. Some people that still in Dead by Daylight think that their grade in the top right corner is their rank in SBMM, and that's not true at all. Surprise! People still think that 2 years later, and people still fucking think, almost 2 years later, people still think that grade is rank. Yeah. Patch notes, January 24th. Okay, let's take a look at the patch notes for Overwatch. They didn't do, I think they just did minor tweaks here. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna make a video out of this. Oh, there's also a Dead by Daylight patch note, isn't there? Mid chapter. Okay. Let's do both of them in one video. Actually no, because this is basically the same thing. Actually, I don't think we're gonna cover this. We covered this in the devblog video, so I take that back. Patch note update is almost no different than devblog, so. PTR. Orisa, there's a slight nerf to Orisa as far as health reduction. Reduce the chain hook damage. Slightly increase the final position of hook. Whether or not this matters remains to be seen. At the rank that I play at, or whatever my internal MMR is in Overwatch, because it's apparently not based on your rank anymore, that I play in Overwatch has me getting one shot whenever I get pulled by a Roadhog. So whether or not I get one shot, almost always, 95% of the time I'll get one shot. Whether or not, so it's 1 in 20 I don't. Whether or not this actually remains to be seen. Whether or not I actually survive will determine whether or not this is enough of a buff or nerf. Depends if they want you to survive from full health at 200 HP. Because they can definitely change that. They definitely nerfed his damage. I don't know why they did this. When the big deal was his chain hook. This is what needs to be nerfed, is the one shot. But that's putting aside the fact that Widowmaker and Sojourn exist in the game. I don't know why anyone, this is one of the weird things about Overwatch, guys. I don't know why anyone has a problem with Roadhog when Widowmaker exists. When Widowmaker can do what Roadhog does without pulling you. Because pulling, when you see a Roadhog going for a hook, there's usually a lot of things you can do to try and stop that, or notice that it's coming on. When Widowmaker shoots you, you just die. So, I don't know why, though. It's another one of those things, just like Dead by Daylight community, just kind of fucked up in their terms of their priorities. They're complained and got enough to get Roadhog nerfed, but they don't seem to give a shit about the fact that Widowmaker can literally just one-shot you fucking everywhere, and there's generally little to no downside for her doing that besides they just have to aim well. And apparently in my MMR and Overwatch, that happens all the fucking time. I.e., maybe just running into cheaters. But Roadhog, on the other hand, I can boop out of the way. You can use an invulnerability ability. You can use a defensive ability in general. You can use a movement ability to get away from Roadhog's hook. Widowmaker, you just fall over dead. So, why the Overwatch community bitch so much to get Roadhog nerfed when Widowmaker exists, besides the fact that, you know, there's another DPS besides Widowmaker, right? He's not... Roadhog is the only tank, right? There's only one tank, whereas there's two DPS and one can be a Widowmaker, and one can be a Sojourn. Beyond me, but here we are. So, Roadhog got nerfed. This probably means that he's going to get pooped on now. I think they nerfed him way too hard. Just looking at this, they just need to nerf his hook and the hooking mechanic. if they want to remove the one-shot. Nerfing his normal damage means that he's going to be less effective when he's just applying pressure to the battlefield, and that's generally something you don't want because that means he's not going to be used anymore. Yeah, it looks like they just toned down his one-shot capability of his scrap gun and made it more consistent damage, which means he's probably not going to get picked much. Well, he'll probably still get picked. It depends on how this works out. But his consistency of his pressure was toned down. His ability to one-shot and making people scared has been toned down quite a bit. Let's see. Sojourn. Energy gain is no longer based on damage done by primary fire. Each primary fire hit against an enemy player now grants 5 energy. Okay. So she can no longer get more damage by getting headshots, or no longer charge her gun by getting headshots, which would be based on damage. Reduce the damage of her shot. It's not, they reduce the damage of her primary fire. It's not her fucking primary fire, as anyone knows in the game. It's the fact that she can one-shot people. And they took that away, but now if she gets hooked up with a Mercy and her railgun, she does a fucking boatload of damage. An absolute boatload of damage because they changed how fast they can fire with it. So it's more consistent, oppressive, fucking railgun damage. And hey, look, guys, let's nerf the part of her character. There's 100% someone in Overwatch, or in Blizzard. There's someone at Blizzard that is literally in Sojourn's corner fighting for the shit tooth and nail, because now they aren't even nerfing the right parts of her character. And it's things like her headshot damage need to be removed, and instead they nerfed the gun, but then they buffed it at the same time. They reduced the headshot multiplier, and then just buffed the primary damage from the railgun. So when she fucking uses her overclock, she just explodes the world. Yeah, so, yeah, good trade-off, Blizzard. Fucking great trade-off. I don't know, like I said, there's someone in Soldier's corner. Now they're nerfing part of her kit once again. That's not the majorly oppressive part of her kit. It's the fucking railgun. It's the one-shot rails. It's just rails in general that are just absurd. And I guess they're just citing this as smoothing out the average railgun charge time, because it won't benefit as much from critical damage. Critical damage is headshots, and when Sojourn is spreading her shit all over the place, if you see her spraying her shit, it's usually not the build-up. It's when she gets she almost never gets headshots, by the way. It's when she gets her rail, because it's a projectile. Her mouse one is a projectile, her rail is a hit scan. So she just sprays her shit all over, and eventually she builds her railgun, and then insta-gives you. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, someone is 100% in Sojourn's corner here. I don't know what's going on here. Slight nerf to Kiriko. Yeah, they nerfed her healing once again. The problem with Kiriko is not her healing, guys. It is her bong. It is her fucking senzu bean. When she uses her senzu, her ability to basically purge, to cleanse, and then also gives you invulnerability. It's the fucking invulnerability. She should not have a 1 second, now 0.85 second window in which she can use her bong, or is it 0.75? She can use her bong and save someone from a last shot. That should not be a thing. Cleansing is still powerful enough in and of itself on a 15-second cooldown, because it can negate a lot of ults, and it's not a fucking ult itself. It is not the Zen's Transcendence. It is not Lucio's Beat Drop. Yeah, and it will directly do things like counter Reinhardt's Q. Yeah, the invulnerability needs to go on her Sensu Beam. It is absurd that she even has in the first place. She can teleport to a target that you are overextended to try and kill because you're pushing on an area where you can make some headway. She will teleport there, bong, and then it will be a 2v1, usually with the person you're attacking getting healed up, and you'll die. That is pretty ridiculous. That should not exist. She can bong and save people from fire and bleeds and poison and all that shit and stuns. But bonging and saving people from last shots, especially when it's usually in a scenario where someone is about to die, is really, really fucking OP. And that's not even what she uses in her ults, where if you're using a Pharah ult, and 1 second out of a Pharah ult, when it's a 2-second ult, especially when you do it a little bit after it starts and right before it ends, means that healers have more than enough time to respond. And when you're in the last quarter of a window for damage, you are probably not going to finish someone off. That is the least impactful. The most impactful is at the beginning, and then it doesn't matter because you can't get enough damage off before she can bong, and then she saves her from this meaty window in the center. They save people because they're invulnerable, and then they heal up, and then you're just dead. Her bong, her invulnerability specifically from her cleanse needs to go. It 100% needs to go, and once again, there are people fighting tooth and nail, or they're just fucking, at this point, I don't know, borderline just ignorant. I don't know what's going on here. Like people fighting in the corner for Kiriko and nerfing the wrong things. Yeah, it is. And even prior to her Kitsune Rush, her Fox Rush, prior to that getting nerfed, her Sensu Bean was still the most OP part of her kit. And they don't touch it. They did a 0.15 second reduction. That is not enough. It needs to go. Invulnerability needs to go. And anyone that realizes how often she saves people and how often she negates ults and how often she will neuter ults because they can't do enough damage in time, it doesn't make sense. It needs to go. Yeah, I don't know. Anyways, that's the majority of the coverage here, and it looks like Sojourn, they're touching the wrong parts of her kit. Kiriko, they're touching the wrong parts of her kit during nerfs. Roadhog looks like he might have been over-nerfed, with the chain hook being what really needs to be nerfed. And once again, I think people need to put this into perspective that Widowmaker can one-shot you from across the map, and there's nothing you can do about it besides just don't get one-tapped, bro. Just don't get one-tapped, dude. Yeah, that's... Whereas with Roadhog with a hook, he has a distance to his hook. You can see him coming out. You can see him moving into position. You can use a movement ability. You can use... I don't even play tanks right now. You can move movement abilities, and I get one shot by Roadhog pretty routinely. Movement abilities, you can use invulnerability, you can use defensive abilities, you can try and kill him before he uses it, you can use an ability that might move him out of the way. There's a lot of things you can do, or a healer can respond to it. There's a lot of things you can do before you die. Widowmaker points her gun at your face and you fall over. And that's all there is to it. There's no bong, there's nothing. There's no recovery, you just die. So, and I'm not saying that one shot should completely go away from Overwatch. There just need to be drastic downsides to one shots, especially Widowmaker, right? Like her charge, make it so that she's stuck in scope longer, or it takes longer to scope, especially if she gets stuck in scope, where if you get around her scope, her rotation is much slower. Let's say you can make it so, like for her, like winging shots off the cuff, she can't do like snapshots, for instance, while she is scoped. Like unless they're at pretty far distance, if they get right up in your face, you're basically fucked. That would be a compromise, right? Where someone gets up next to you as a Widowmaker and you just die because you're scoped in on somewhere else on the battlefield. Yeah, that would be a trade-off, right? And Widowmaker currently does not have any of those trade-offs, including where she can, generally if someone gets close to her, if the person's good enough, can just pop shot. She can jump into the air and pop shot you on the way down. That shouldn't be a thing, but it currently is. So, yeah. And also a lot of cheating in Overwatch, but that's beside the point. Where people, I don't expect most people to do that. It happened to us last night, so yeah, it's not as uncommon as people might think. Anyways, patch note coverage, guys. Check that box. All right, we're gonna quickly look at the mid chapter here for DBD, but I don't think they really changed much of anything outside of what was already changed. We're probably going to go and look at the Reddits here for the patch notes. Nurse got nerfed. Her main attack is no longer normal mouse 1, which means a lot of effects no longer work on it. We covered all this already. Whether or not she's completely neutered remains to be seen. She's a very powerful killer even without add-ons, so... We'll see. She got brought down a notch, but I think she's maybe weaker than Blight now. Good Blights are really hard to come by, though. So, Yeah, we talked about all this in the patch notes, including the map changes, the crows. Yuri. I don't see anything outside the ordinary here. Let's take a look at patch notes. Also going to make a highlight out of... Got to make content, guys, out of the analysis just now. When Sojourn is video out of this for 20 minutes. Oh, there's also back nerf. Not to get one shot. Almost always, 95% of the time, we'll get one shot. PTR. Arissa, I take the back video. A daily patch note, isn't there? This is basically mid chapter. Okay. Let's do both of them in one video. This is a one shot. Weather, probably not gonna. You can jump into the air. We're probably gonna still coverage, guys. It happened to us last night, so yeah, it's not as uncommon as people might think. Anyways, let's see, analysis. Patch note coverage, guys. Check that box. All right, we're gonna quickly look at the mid chapter here for DBD. Check that box. All right. Anyone thought it was reasonable to complain about Dead Dog offering being changed is bewildering. People got lynched. Yeah. Apparently they changed Dead Dog Saloon's map offering because in a horror game, people hanging themselves apparently is too much for... What kind of fucking people play this game? Why would you play a horror game with fucking possible triggers in it if you are mentally disturbed? What the fuck is that? It is not a video games company, like video game companies' problem? Liability? Like, what is that? Entitlement? Responsibility. It's not a video game company's responsibility to provide mental health care for people that might be sick. If you, like, that is your own personal responsibility. Personal responsibility is something in general that people have kind of is fallen on deaf ears nowadays. But if you are a person that has triggers and you might be suicidal, maybe you should not play a horror game that might cause some of the triggers to happen. I'm just throwing this out here, guys. But maybe you should be responsible for your own mental health, realizing that you have triggers, and therefore you should not play a game that might have those triggers in it. Yeah, apparently nowadays you can't even have a noose anymore because of this. So yeah, the weird thing is, this is like one of a handful of games that really like watches out for like the mental health aspect of their player base when it's literally a fucking mature horror game. Yeah, and probably one of the most ridiculous communities I've ever been a part of as far as gaslighting goes, and how much they try to make you believe you lost when you actually won. Holy shit. Entitled and spoiled is ridiculous. So people complaining about people like watching out for people's mental health. People play a horror game because it has horror elements in it. That includes things that make you feel uncomfortable, right? So the idea of this game is that it will make you slightly uncomfortable. Although, you know, definitely at the high MMR, you're going to make the argument that the game's it's like a board game in my opinion. It has nothing to do with horror in any way, shape, or form. That is the theming. That's what it's supposed to be. Like, you have killers that go and kill survivors over and over and over again for eternity. That is like the premise of the game. So, yeah. I don't really get this, guys. You can act like this is freaking out all you want because, oh my god, someone's watching out for mental health and people are aghast to that. Pretty crazy. Okay, we got a... That's just mind-blowing in and of itself. Oh, we got a response already. I sure it's fun. Okay. Processing. Feel some of our tags here. Dropping frames, guys. Am I gonna disconnect? There. We got a lovely comment here. Probably not going to argue too long with him. I think I got the majority of my reply off. Give me some giant spiel about misinformation. Holy fuck. Yeah, no, I'm not. I'm definitely not a fan of people locking stuff down because it provides them an advantage. Yeah, no, if this going into an ideological rant, basically like almost transferring this argument to misinformation during COVID is beyond asinine. But I'm not going to say that because that's very mean, and because it's that's not what I'm trying to convey here at the expense of actually having a productive conversation. He's talking about his experimental ideology. When people start using fucking like dots and slashes and shit like this is yeah. I don't even think he had. I honestly, personally think he never even this didn't even cross his mind. I'm pretty sure he didn't even know that there were alternatives to this product prior to me pointing it out in this thread. And that's probably actually what's pissing him off, because he's supposed to be the source of information. I didn't know they existed until I looked for an alternative. He just never did. So, yeah. He didn't even mention that there's sources which he's not going to name as alternatives for this in the video. So I'm pretty sure part of what he's pissed off about is the fact that he just didn't know, and perhaps even trying to, like, when people start doing like the fucking condescending smiley faces and shit like this is one of the reasons that, by the way, I generally don't like making replies to this guy. Despite the fact that we watch his videos and I think they're pretty well done, there's definitely a complex going on here. But putting that aside, that once you start making condescending smiley faces and shit, like he's trying to take accolades. He's trying to take credit for suggesting this to NVIDIA, when in fact it's been suggested over their forums. It's been suggested on Reddit, on their forums. I've tweeted at them, and I'm not taking credit for that at all. I'm just saying there's a lot of people that want this, which is why it exists. But apparently he thinks he's the only one that's asking for it. I don't want to say emotional. Whenever you mention people's emotions, they get pissed off about it. I'm not trying to say you mad, bro. Flustered about it. Yeah, he's like literally ridiculing Gamers Nexus for attempting to debug them and not Gamers Nexus hardware unboxed. False results and false conclusions. Sometimes when you test things differently, such as the input lag on a monitor, just because you have different results doesn't mean they're invalid. Rather, your testing methodology is just different, and as such, it's only comparable within the testing methodology. So that's also incorrect. Buddy. This is basically this is a fucking YouTube pissing contest right here. It's nothing to do with the scientific method. If you learn, guys, learning is literally about being wrong over and over and over and over again, and then figuring out what's right. Not magically right all the time. That doesn't work. Yeah, no. He's definitely taking... This guy is super, super, like, dictatorish. He's attempting to make it seem like only one person should be allowed to do this, and it's him. Which I definitely don't agree with. That's the takeaway here. Pretty sure he's never used an oscilloscope to measure input latency on his videos. Pretty sure. I think he used a high-speed camera at one point. But also, Blurbusters did. Which might even predated his stuff. Trying to take I did it first approach. By the way, we watch his videos because they're generally very informative, but as with every tech tuber, I don't go, oh my god, this guy's just right because he exists. As with everything, we question it and we talk about it. And that includes going through the results and mentioning things that might be off or nuanced, and then talking about them further. So... yeah. There's probably going to be a response here, but we'll see. But you can basically tell, just based on his username here, that there's something going on here. If you look at his username in game, it's Authority. Yeah, you can draw your own conclusions about someone that has a username like that, so... But putting that aside, like I said, relevant information most of the time, but always right? Probably not, but right in most of his content? Sure. That's one of the reasons we watch him. I wouldn't watch him if he's just constantly wrong. Yeah. But pretending he's just the sole proprietor of information, not what I'm looking for. Anyways, where were we, guys? We're looking at the Reddits, guys. But I can no longer one-shot 200 HP heroes. Yep. Damage boosting Hog's a thing. No one's gonna damage boost Hog. It's easier to plant people off ledges. I didn't even think of that for the 4-meter boost. I didn't even think of that. Good stuff. Yeah. Hog do one shot. So you have to pull them up? Looks like there's more than enough time to react and use the disruption ability. Yep. Power, teamwork! Uh-huh. Yep. You can totally tell. It's the same thing in Dead by Daylight when you have someone fighting in the corner for something. You can totally tell when they bring out the patch notes that something's not quite right. It's not consistent with their other nerfs and buffs. Someone somewhere had an agenda that they kept advocating for, and someone just finally said, okay, whatever, let's do this and hope it makes a difference, because they had to get shit done at the end of the day, and they couldn't put up with the bullshit, political bullshit. Can't wait for the X3D chips from AMD, but they aren't yet out yet, and they might be terrible. We'll see though. It's like I want my 500 hertz monitor, guys. HVR just hates twins. Yep. Okay, let's take a look at the patch note comments for mid-chapter. Let's see. Twins mains found dead in a ditch. What the fuck? Yep. A killer that can be punished if they make a mistake. Is this what I'm dreamt of? I mean, all killers can be punished for making mistakes. Meanwhile, when survivors make mistakes, they have abilities to get them out of it easily. Players can no longer use an exploit to play with more than 4 perks. I missed that. Holy fuck. Is it relevancy? Not viewership. Visibility. TrapperBot. They fixed TrapperBot. I don't think they ever told anyone when they did it. It just happened. They didn't. I don't think they even acknowledged TrapperBot. It existed for maybe about 2-3 months. No eruption changes. Funny. Okay. Alright guys, let's move along here. We're going to play some Overwatch. And futz around with their settings. God, I want a fucking new monitor like 5 years ago with a reflex analyzer in it, or I'm still debating on buying one of the open source ones because obviously I don't have an LDAT. But ideally, I would just love to have one with a reflex analyzer in it, but 500 hertz monitors are still like 2 months out, so March. Let's see, Overwatch 2. Oh, yeah. Boink. Boink, boink. Okay, I'm gonna wash my coffee cup out, guys. I will be right back in 1 second. Un momento. I'm gonna grab a soda. I have to go shopping again. I don't want to fucking go shopping, guys. I hate shopping. Going to get food, even though food's tasty, going to buy food and just making your money disappear by buying food. Overwatch, 1 second. Change games here. Done and done. Good. Alrighty, so we're fucking around with reduced buffering option. Really old trick from back in the day. I haven't been doing it because I didn't think it made a difference, but it might. So what we're going to do is we're going to try some games normally, get a baseline here, and then we're going to change it and see if it happens. My games were pretty atrocious yesterday until I did that. But that seems to be the case, is just magically change. So I don't know, guys. There's something flaky either with the hardware in my system or with
Welcome to Oasis.
me. I'm just flaky.
From above.
The world still needs defending.
I'm not going to leave because it's going to flag my account for leaving a match when this match is a complete loss. Blizzard should be able to understand this and program this properly. When backfill starts taking up the majority of your team and the majority of your time, the game should end. You can make some sort of baseline for it. Go out, then we're going to go back in. I know this isn't winnable. On the second objective, with 50% remaining in our timer, with 2 people missing on our team. Yeah. So. Darn, we lost. Game. Totally worth my time. Thanks, Blizzard. But yeah, apparently if you leave too many games in quick play, you get a punishment for it, so let's not leave the games that, you know, are just basically losses and no one's trying anyways. Might as well just sit there and wait. Thanks, Blizzard. If you want to put punishments in for people leaving quick play, I'm all for that, but when it's for games like that, it shouldn't happen.
Messy, but we got it done.
By the way, I still think, like, we're kind of stuck on Pharah right now as I'm testing stuff out, but I still think Echo is just a superior Pharah. Pretty sure she's just a better Pharah.
Terminated.
Pretty much every way.
Now arriving at
Just does everything better.
Prepare for battle. Select
Burp, 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 burp. Mm-hmm.
Just one more mission.
Good, good, good.
Round one. Capture the objective.
Aerial position. Enemy over here. I see an enemy.
Junkrat. Oh, that would have been a boop for sure. Yeah. Oh. Okay. I don't want your aimbot grenade, TYVM. Relatively accurate, McCree.
Let's show him some air power. Up and away. I've got a few tricks.
Get him? Yep.
Mind the gap.
Nice guy. Thanks for giving me a free pick. I appreciate it.
Form up on me.
Oh my god.
Rains from above.
He just fucking walks. Why the fuck would he walk out of the point? He's contesting the point. Why did he leave?
All systems nominal.
He was leaving prior to me queuing, by the way. It's like right when I started queuing, he's just like, I'm gonna walk out here. That wasn't a response to me queuing. Boop. What is that? Oh, she's still dead.
Going down.
She's probably like, lucky! And then she died. And the very accurate McCree. Looks like he's staring at a wall for some reason. I see.
Shake it off. Taking off. I've got a few tricks. I've got a few tricks.
We all die in the end.
Sometimes McCrees are actually missing, and sometimes it's hit reg issues. Let's find out which it is.
Dispersing. Aerial positioning underway.
No, he's trying to avoid that. Looks like he has hit reg issues, but he's hitting his shots. Good for him.
Coming off the bench. Increasing altitude. Helping you out.
That's the aimbot grenade.
I'm peace. I'm on top of the world. Justice reigns from above. They don't
Good.
give these suits to just anyone. Few tricks.
And they're leaving because they lost the first round. What the fuck? They got 78% too. Okay. See, now stuff like that should be punished. But leaving a game where you're literally on round, the second round, where obviously you're missing two teammates, yeah, and it's 50% through the round. And Kiriko's a bitch.
But not the loud one. Sure. I've got a few tricks.
5, 4, 3, 2,
Mm-hmm.
round 2. Capture the objective. We all die in the end.
No!
I look after my own.
Rockin' hard spot?
I've got a few tricks.
Okay. The same guy? Different McCree. Same accuracy, though. As he just missed a shitload of shots on the Kiriko.
Let's show him some air power. Repositioning.
The 7?
Nanoboost administered.
That's his turret. Out of everyone there, why me? Why me? I was in the back of the pack. Why me? I don't think it prioritizes the lowest HP. Why me, guys? Maybe it does. If it did, it'd be OP as shit, by the way. So it just always went after the person with the least amount of HP. Possible Torb upgrades, by the way.
Increasing our enemy turret down. Concussive out.
Yeah. Can we kill the six-dimensional fighter Mercy? No. We can't.
Heroes never die.
Not the McCree wandering around. 2-second Guardian Angel, 2-second Guardian Angel, 2-second Guardian Angel. Creepy, creepy, crawly. Creepy, creepy, creepy. Aimbot grenade. Okay. I don't know why you put a turret right there. That's not useful to anyone. Almost killed me though.
Enemy turret. I see you. A few tricks. I copy. Engaging enemy combatant.
I think you actually have to buy the emote to say yes.
Enemy turret down. System repair. Dispersing. That's 3 in a row. Make it 4.
Good. It's kind of weird when the tank basically comes in late. Every time. Tank, where you at? So obvious or mercy through. Did they? Okay. Just after a bathwater. This is not the way.
Strike
Next game. Overall, things feel pretty good, but yesterday they didn't. What had changed between last night and today? Nothing. I haven't restarted my computer. I haven't done anything to my computer since yesterday. We watched some videos, that's it. Nothing. Nothing is different. This is why it's super fucking inconsistent nailing down my hit reg problems, guys. Or my, it's not even hit reg, input delay problems. What feels weird and inconsistent. Yesterday was all over the fucking place. Good first game. We'll see how this one goes now.
Forget regulation. After this mission, I'm throwing a party.
Nope, that's fine. That's okay.
3, 2,
Establishing area
1.
position.
Attackers incoming.
Doing a great job sitting up there.
Together we will not fail.
Job. Sitting next to two healers. Neither knows us hurt. Tank does. Tank knows I'm hurt. Look at him go. Yep.
Making another approach.
Good healers.
Aerial positioning underway. Scatter.
Foolishness has consequences.
Passive out. Taking off.
I think she can just get a new mech by changing classes, can't you? Change and then change back? Maybe not. She's not smart enough to do that?
Outfoxed.
Sure. Now she can.
Over here. Up and away.
Gonna save her boop for when the diva inevitably charges me.
I need healing.
I thought that was the diva, that wasn't the diva. That was not the fucking diva. I was trying to get close enough so when mech call happened that I'd be able to blow up the mech. I don't know why I thought that was a diva in my mind. It wasn't the diva though. Huh. He's very wondering what the fuck is going on there. Hmm.
Okay, my head's in the game.
Good.
Increasing altitude. Sorry. Move. Into the air.
Fucking Mercy. Just sitting there hovering at Skybox, guys. He was ready to go fucking get a med kit too. I could feel it. That's why I wasn't gonna kill him. I wasn't gonna kill him, but I wasn't gonna try to kill him too. He definitely felt like he was just gonna go and get the med kit the moment I hit him. I had to kill the Mercy.
30 seconds.
That's weird. That is very weird. Okay.
Systems nominal.
Did Hanzo toggle sicko mode?
Increasing altitude.
Oh my god, it's sicko mode! Also known as the F2 key on its keyboard. We'll never know.
Play of the game.
Lots of spam shots, poor accuracy. Status quo.
Foolishness has consequences.
When I joined in? Good. Happy Tuesday, Wednesday, guys. Hope you guys are on a wonderful Tuesday night or Wednesday morning. As it goes. Brother's in Denver right now in Colorado for the winter, which is hilarious because you don't think you'd go to a snowy place for the winter, right? But it's actually much more hospitable than Wisconsin is in the winter. Doing a lot of skiing out there right now. Good for him. And I could potentially visit him to go skiing if I wanted to. Unfortunately, my tendon still
Welcome to Blizzard.
up in the air about my tendon,
Prepare.
whether or not it's fixed or not.
Select your hero.
Mm-hmm.
Strike from above. You're still hiding. When are you coming back for good?
Oh, fuck off. You should disown your mother.
I've been patient for years. What's a little while?
Wow, that broken soul. Just wants to love you, Anna, and she can't. Is that a teehee? Yeah?
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attack commencing. Capture objective A.
Enemy over here! I see an enemy. Excellent teamwork.
Pressuring me, we're gonna back up.
I need healing.
He wants to aimbot grenade me.
Over here.
Oh, I don't want your aimbot grenade. Oh my god.
Be advised.
Good.
All systems nominal. Increasing altitude.
Oh yeah? Do we have a Pharah that's angry that they can't play Pharah and toggled on? Let's find out. It's not the first time we've seen this, by the way. You have people that like cheat, and then they play like a projectile hero just to joke around. And then they'll switch to a hit scan and just constantly hit all their shots on you. Battle of trends. Last one, by the way, she shot into a wall.
Meteor strike.
Breeze coming down was.
En route. Taking to the air.
He's below. Probably best case scenario. Unfortunately, the wood ate the majority of our Q. Good.
Returning to battle. Taking off.
Apparently, he's trying to hit me in the air for some reason. Cool. Pretty sure the Widow toggled, guys. Good shit.
Always more to learn. Up and away.
Yeah.
Meteor strike.
Personne n'échappe à mon regard. 60 seconds remaining. Objective A.
What?
Escort the payload.
Aerial positioning underway.
Pretty even hold solo, huh? God. Dude, I was so far over the top of that. There's no fucking way.
Skies await.
I would have to be like just barely at the minimum distance. Like height distance. Maximum height distance. And apparently Anna doesn't miss either. $75 damage per shot. Find our Widow. There she is. No. Aimbot grenade. Surprise! Holy shit. If he fuck... Very certain that's an aimbot, by the way. If that guy hit that shot, that would have been ridiculous. It actually detached. What he's doing, there's a McCree sitting there, it sounds like. Someone's there. Up you go. Okay. Bye. I have a lot of overshooting now, which I never used to do, guys.
Always more
I used to be
learn.
shy, but now I have overshoot.
Establishing aerial position.
I see an enemy.
Shot me twice when I was behind shit. Good.
The skies await. Aerial positioning.
Meteor strike.
Yep.
30 seconds remaining.
Only 3 people trying to kill me, guys. And for some strange reason, our teammates can't actually move out. Good.
I don't stay down. Up and away.
Yeah. Oh my god. Uh-huh.
Okay, my head's in the game. En route.
Oh. Alright, so we got a cheater. There's this guy.
Play of the game.
Uh Fucking weird game, guys. Next game. Definitely felt like we're missing like 3 people on our team. So occasionally getting heals is basically the Zen. Occasionally is getting heals from the Kiriko too. It didn't really matter. I don't know what our tank was doing. Or other DPS for that matter. Next game.
Strike from above. Into the air.
Welcome to Oasis. Prepare for battle. Select your hero.
Strike from above.
Safety's off. It's a cruel world.
Establishing aerial position. I see your sneakers. You meet the basketball courts later.
Sure, but I don't play without stakes.
Likewise. What are you willing to lose?
Oh, Farah-chan, I've never lost.
2, 1. Round 1. Capture the objective.
What's up? Up and away.
That is very, very accurate, soldier. Oh, definitely got a cheater. Good. That sucks. Yeah. Is that a teammate? Yep. Pretty sure this is a cheat lobby, guys. Do we want to stick here through it? Probably not. Very certain there's a chi lobby. Looks like those are hits, just hit registration issues.
Time to kick some tail.
Like, if you actually stick here through the whole game, you give the reviewers, like whoever's looking at the game for reports, give them more information, essentially. Because they can see more of the bullshit, right? Rather than it just being like maybe a one-off, or them thinking it's a one-off. This soldier is incredibly accurate. Yeah. What a dumb shit. The only reason that guy's missing is because of hit reg issues from the looks of it. Yeah, and this guy's looking at us through walls. Just casually sitting, not looking at corners, guys, not covering angles. He's looking at us through fucking walls. Yeah, so both the DPS are cheating, for sure. Immediately figured that out, though. Good. Knew he was going to do that. I thought I could maybe kill him and someone else before he did that. I needed to do that literally right when I saw him, and I didn't. The moment I look at his angle, he happens to come around the corner. Yeah, good shit. Uh-huh. Ah, hilarious.
The skies await.
Good.
Best round.
Alright. Start out reporting. Collector.
Score 0-1.
That is not what I would have expected you to say.
Five, four, three,
The other guy, Doug.
one.
So we got the soldier.
Capture the objective.
Now it is the cheating McCree. We might have a chance of winning now that there's only one, though, so... Possibility. Sick. What you expected me to do about that? Ah, good.
I will not waste this opportunity.
Yeah, that's on you. Good luck. Deal with McCree. This guy watches people through walls. Or he's really bad, but he doesn't seem to be really bad from an accuracy standpoint.
Increasing altitude. Thanks for the
Nice. Can't do it without your help. Thank you. Mine isn't. While flying through the air. Oh. I don't know where that, McCree is. Good. Huh. Okay. And he also looks like he's cheating. Putting aside the shot there, he just literally just stared straight at me through the wall. So, and watched me go around the corner, meeting up with me, and he flick shotted me while he met up with me. Yep. So, Kiriko is also cheating.
I am empowered. Taking off. Dispersing.
Trying to shoot me through the wall. He's dead. I'll take that. As long as she doesn't fucking res, which she might. She res! Because our teammates are oblivious. Cool. Uh-huh. Big deal.
Taking another approach. Aerial positioning underway.
Yeah, as I mentioned, I'm very certain the Kiriko's cheating. Good. Not particularly just because of the accuracy. Mm-hmm.
The skies await. Establishing aerial position.
I don't think we could even make this even if I go for it. Maybe. Hey, buddy. Mm-hmm. Too bad we didn't have teammates. That'll happen. I think our Mercy came in after me, though.
Let's show him some
Yeah. Oh. I guess we have to touch. No, no. No, don't worry. Touching the point casually, it's okay. And making liberal use. Oh my god. Yep. He's trying to stay particularly away from his line of sight. Looks like he's normal now. Well, yeah, so he toggled off after round one. Round one, he's definitely cheating, so we'll just add that to the note. Good for him. You gotta watch that accuracy, guys. If it gets too high, it flags you. You don't want that. Huh? Very accurate now. Good for him. Well, that sucks. You're probably gonna die to the McCree immediately. Good. That also looked kind of weird.
I don't stay down.
But, you know. Like I said, pretty sure this is a cheat lobby. I don't know why the soldier dipped out immediately. I was certain he was with these guys. No! And bye to the tank.
Score 1.
Alright, so Kiriko's cheating, which is Lucio, and also the McCree. And Genji's annoying. That's nothing new there, though. Good. Can't make this shit up, guys. Although cheating healers aren't that uncommon, it's usually an Ana or a Baptiste.
Hello. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 3. Capture the objective.
Victory does not come easily.
We're gonna get 2-tapped? Let's find out.
Messy, but we got it back.
Oh yeah, buddy. Yep. Didn't come for flashbang grenade. I just wanted to shift up. Rough spot. I probably could have line of sighted him on the platform. Looks like hit reg issues, not misses. That was a miss in there.
Okay, my head's in the game. Establishing aerial position.
Cut.
Damage. Feel stronger. Heroes never die. I am power.
Missing again. Yep. Was this the guy that quit earlier? That sucks. Oh. I was debating on queuing here. We aren't going to do that. I don't think I would have been able to kill the tank in time.
Making another approach.
With all of her bleeds on people, because she gets healing off that.
I will not waste this opportunity.
Come hither in here. Oh, we got him. Flashbang grenade! Excuse me. Aimbot grenade.
There's much for you to do. I'm not done yet. I could use something. I am empowered. Taking to the air. I knew I'd come back. Watch here.
I don't want your aimbot grenade. That is the Kiriko.
Enemy here. Thanks for the assist. Aerial positioning underway.
Okay.
Excellent teamwork.
Oh my god, the reload timing. When you have to creep walk around as Farah to avoid getting insta-gib? Yeah. That's what we're doing. We're crab walking right there, by the way. Why do you think the Widow's gonna come out and insta-kill us? You know it's gonna happen. It's waiting. Whoa! Yeah, you didn't go back in. You needed a direct hit, I think. Good. Tried. Wasn't soon enough. That might be an aimbot with a min lock distance before it locks on, like 80 or 100 pixel lock on distance. Oh. Probably should just waited for Bob to leave. Why the fuck did our teammate leave? Like, we're in overtime, we have a chance. Why are you out of here? Yeah. Oh my god. Alright, so we got a cheating McCree. And then also the cheating Kiriko. Right. So we have this guy was the cheating McCree. Yeah. And then the cheating Kiriko, which was this guy. A shuriken. What are they called? Like, they're like little Japanese daggers. No. Yeah, kunai. I could have said Japanese dagger, by the way, or just daggers, and they would have understood what I mean, but, you know, you gotta... Sometimes it's nice to know the names of just random shit. I was gonna say shurikens, but shurikens are throwing stars. Putting round names in there is very useful to people. We died 20 times that game, by the way. Part of that, by the way, was due to Anna bringing us back. Gold and plat. Good for him. Now bringing us back. Good night. Not Anna. Mercy bringing us back. And then just being able to get... Farrah can die like twice as much as everyone in the team because she can die usually at the beginning of the battle and then she can get there for the end of the battle and reinforce before the battle's over. So you can actually die almost twice as much as your teammates and still be effective because you're getting in there before everything's over and participating in the battle. Twice. Oh, we need to populate my, do this real quick. I might even get back into the same game. You need to do that, like, right when you start up the game, otherwise it doesn't, takes like 5 minutes for your games to show up.
Strike from above. Taking to the air. Elimination milliseconds.
Kunai. And the fufus, or whatever the pieces of paper are called, that she throws at people. Talismans, Japanese talismans.
Arriving at Coliseo.
Mm-hmm. Ah,
Strike from above.
okay. Where are we here?
Aerial positioning underway.
I don't know why you can't see certain menus when you're in the game. Like that history menu isn't actually available when you're in the game.
Thanks for the assist.
You can only, or in practice range for that matter. It's only when you're on the main menu can you see that history menu. My aim feels off now.
Messy, but we got it done. The robot has been secured. Increasing altitude.
Can you shoot just now for some reason? Oh my god, game.
Positioning.
Let's try doing something real quick here. We're gonna do this.
I will not waste this opportunity.
Forward spawn activated.
That feels off. Let's see if that fixed it. What horrible timing. It happened when I went into the menu. Good. Like when I went to that history and the career profile.
Await.
Immediately felt like I had more input delay.
Aerial position.
Help, you need healing.
I don't stay down. On the move.
They're pushing the barricade! Stop them!
Thank you. Taking to the air. Scatter. I require healing. Greetings. Aerial positioning underway.
10 seconds remaining.
Enemy team has claimed the robot. We must recapture the robot immediately. I don't think so.
No, I don't want that.
Stay with the robot. We're almost there.
Forward spawn activated.
Still, it feels like there's time to fire between when I push the button and when my shot comes out. It still feels delayed, but my aiming's more on, so I don't know what that means.
Of the game.
You can stop me. Time for the reckoning.
I never apologize for levers. It always feels like you're making fun of people when you do that. It was us who had a lever? Yeah, I was actually backfill. True story. I was actually the backfill. Still not here. Maybe it's whenever you go into your career profile that it does weird shit. I don't know, guys. Trying to figure out the weird... It's like input delay. Sometimes it feels like input lag. Other times it feels like it's time to fire delay. So like latency, lag. I don't really understand it. Sometimes it feels like my mouse is just sluggish. Which could possibly be the fleshy meat bag sitting behind the controls, as always.
Now entering. Prepare to attack.
Why you want more data points.
Select your hero.
from above.
Huh. I guess I don't want to be in this game.
Oh, I live for this. Greetings.
Clear heads, sharp eyes.
What? That's like a play on Pharaoh's line. They just run out of personas. It always kind of blows my mind when they come up with generic heroes in this game, when you literally could look at MOBAs, and there are plenty of unique characters in, like, let's say, League of Legends, right? There's a lot of opportunities for ideas for characters in video games. Even if you run out, you can still copy shit, so, at the end of the day.
Shake it off.
It's a popular spot, so. That looked like it's pre-aimed for me, though. Hey, let me go down here. Hey, look, it's the Widow that killed me, not the 3 people steering directly at me. Huh. Cheating. Good. As you can see, you're pre-aiming me as I came down from the sky, right in front of her eyeballs. Good. Fun.
Thanks for the assist. Somebody wants the death penalty. Supplying damage up and away. Enemy here. Excellent teamwork.
Very accurate. It wasn't even her that killed me.
Let's show him some air power.
Ash might be cheating too, but the Widow is definitely cheating. Pretty sure. Gonna get res. Yep.
Sniper detected.
Clear out.
I need healing. The skies await.
Can't wait for Mercy.
Positioning.
We might be able to double back though.
I am awake. Establishing aerial position.
Go find a Widow.
Sniper detected.
Oh, look. She didn't insta-kill me. Wow. She didn't insta-kill me again. What's going on here? What? We get another cheater? Yeah. Mercy's fucking cheating. What the fuck is that? She knew how much health I had. She pre-aimed me through the wall, and then she started leading me before I even came around the corner. So the Mercy's fucking cheating too. You can't make this shit up, guys. That is fucking beyond, like, unbelievable. The alternative to that is on voice comms, her friend told her that I was one-shot, which is possible. I wasn't pointed out because he would have saw it. That shouldn't actually move you when that happens, but it does.
Recharging.
Fucking Mercy's cheating. That's hilarious. You don't normally see shit like that. It's not the first cheating Mercy, though. Oh, yeah? Sounds like you knew I was there and you couldn't wait for me to come around the corner riding the cart so you could one-shot me in the face. Yeah. Good. Uh-huh.
Let's show
Good.
him some air power. Finally, a decent scrap.
No time for games. Let's move this thing.
Up and away.
Alright, game.
Thanks for the assist.
Not who I was aiming at. God mercy you. There's a miss in there, but it looked like it didn't actually aim at me. All of her other ones snapped to me, but then there's a miss where obviously like her aim just stops moving, which is usually what happens when someone has an aimbot that locks on within a certain distance of the player, and then it stops doing it because their mouse isn't close enough, then they actually have to correct because it doesn't actually lock to them. That's not something you see when someone normally flicks, because they don't just stop moving. It's like someone that's lazy aiming with a fucking aimbot.
Health restored. Sniper detected. Repulsion.
End of the game. Oh my god.
Excellent teamwork. The payload has reached repositioning.
Yep. Yep, I knew that was gonna happen. Was it, Nope, no infravision. Yeah. 100% cheating. Knew that was gonna fucking happen. I had to try, though. I wanted to see what happened there. More footage. Know her.
Always more to learn.
Good for her. That was the Mercy, by the way. Lovely. Really could use heals. I guess we're gonna go for our own heals. There's the Widow again. That's a headshot. That's not even a body shot, guys. Uh-huh. Good for her.
Skies await.
Yeah. There goes the tank. Good. Got who we're after. Oh, he misses shots on everyone but me. I see. I see, guys. Huh. And by the way, we've had targeted aimbots before where they'll miss shots on literally fucking everyone to keep their accuracy down, but hit all their shots on you. Yeah. Next gen cheating. Missed it.
We're on the payload. Get over here.
Nano boost administered.
Oh my god, he's almost dead too. Just fucking spamming shots now. Literally looking at where I was about to fly up over the top of. Unbelievable.
Returning to battle.
Ah. Good. Alright. Let's fill out some reports here. We have the Cheating Widowmaker. Alright, then we got the Cheating Mercy, specifically, where is it? That guy. Good, good, good. Nice game, guys.
Strike from above. Increasing altitude. Double. When I'm hitting my shots, you can't touch me. Double.
Eh.
Blasted.
Nope.
Forgot your parachute? Got one. Move.
There you go.
Going down. Establishing aerial position.
Nice game. Yeah, good, 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 good.
Strike from above.
Helping those in need is its own reward.
Ash might have been cheating too, but she had like no kills on me. It was almost all the Widowmaker. That was just sitting in the back, waiting for me to come around corners that they specifically knew where I was coming out from. Yeah. It was almost exclusively the Widowmaker. And we'll do that. As I mentioned, Farah is the horror story, or not horror story, the origin story on the majority of cheating in my in Overwatch, in my personal opinion. It's like everyone has played comp and gotten to the point where they literally can't live with themselves due to all the screaming and people yelling at them to kill the fucking Farah, and they're unable to do so. Yeah. Oh! That was so close. She had jets left. 75 dead. And we may have an aimbot. Good, we'll see. Yeah. And I might possibly be cheating. Someone radioed that in.
Okay, my head's in the game. Aerial positioning underway. You think I don't know my own mother's tricks?
I heard the gross clip clops. Oh, that's good. I knew she was gonna jump away, so I hit her with my E, and it landed into the fucking punch from the Doomfist that she was trying to escape from. Hilarious.
Positioning.
A Junkrat? Fuck, so that must be a spray. What the fuck is that thing on the ground there? Widow gun? Nope. Okay. Close enough, I shouldn't have done that.
I don't want to talk about it. En route.
I was like specifically looking for the Widowmaker too.
Outfoxed. Best round lost.
Out of water, guys.
Score 0-1.
So you're going with gold? Joining Overwatch?
Isn't that what you want?
What I want never should have mattered to begin with.
Good, good, good.
All right, then. Test me.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 2. Capture objective.
There's an echo. Oh. That's Anna.
Watch out for
Always
this one.
more to learn.
Enemy here. Watch out for this one.
Enemy here. For the assist.
Watch out for this one. Enemy here.
Widowmaker's name. I remember which was the Widowmaker.
Aerial positioning underway. Mind the gap.
Yep. She was ready to teleport too. She's like, Tee, I'm gonna kill him. How long do you think it's gonna be before we see the Widowmaker back? God mercy. Yep. Uh-huh. Good.
All systems nominal. New positioning. Over here. I see an enemy.
That was the Sombra, by the way.
Taking off. Watch out for this one. Got one here.
Round 2. 1. Score. 1-1.
I had an ominous dream, and this was exactly how it started.
Okay.
I smell blood in the air.
Random voice line number 232. Execute.
3, 2, 1. Round 3. Capture.
Aerial positioning underway. I am empowered.
Echo again, right?
Enemy over here. Watch out for this one.
Ah.
Reflection. Got one here. Over there. Over there. Establishing area. Move. Touch the sky.
Is that the Anna? That was the Anna from earlier.
Take the point with me.
Yep. Waiting to get those hot pot shots. Oh yeah, those look good. Those look so good.
Sniper protector. On the move. Enemy here. Got one here. Enemy here. Dead. Got one here. I require healing.
And Widowmaker. Now what an angle. Good.
I don't stay down. Increasing altitude. That just feels so.
That's more than enough time for anyone to move out of the way. Yeah. Oh my god, my E wasn't up. My E wasn't up, guys. Was that the Widowmaker again? No. Anna.
Making another approach.
If my E was up, that would have been possibly 2 picks.
Enemy here. Got one here. Enemy here.
We're just gonna go down.
I will not waste this opportunity. Engaging thrusters. Taking to the air.
Uh-oh. Oh! Oh! Yeah. Oh, buddy. That was clutch. It was either that or I had to go up into the stack. Or go out one of the other doors.
If you can't fly,
Mm-hmm. I do think the Widowmaker's cheating, but... And also possibly the Ana, but the Ana wasn't... Like, it was only that first round. The Widowmaker stopped playing Widowmaker for whatever reason after the first round again, even though their team did really well in the first round. And then on the second and third round, wasn't even trying to kill me. I don't know what that fuck was that about. He was like holding weird ass angles where he wasn't like getting like line of sight on like the majority of the map. I don't know why. Very weird. I don't know who this guy is. Good for him.
I will not waste this opportunity. Don't mind the smell. That's Beelzebub. Bob for short.
Idea. Good.
No unnecessary risks. Angel at your shoulder.
Or die instantly to a widow? Let's find out.
4, 3, 2, 1. Attackers incoming. Stop the payload.
Excellent teamwork.
Double
Oh, that would have been good. Very accurate soldier. Please run into my missiles so I can kill you. Line of sighting him. Once again, very accurate. I've seen people with aimbots, like they have one where they like where it attaches to you and they'll do like bursts just to kind of change it up so it doesn't look like it's just always tractor to you, even though they don't need to. So it doesn't really change anything with its aiming mechanics. Okay. Not sure why he keeps Ben Samming at me. Good for him. Lose their soldier? No. Very, very accurate soldier. Good luck, Mercy. Very, very accurate soldier. I don't know why he's like doing bursts too. Like he could literally just like run around the corner and insta give me. I'm pretty sure this guy's cheating. He just run around the corner and insta give me, and he doesn't.
All systems nominal.
He runs out into the opening, he waits a bit, and then he fires. Very weird. Because people cheat doesn't mean they're good, so. We have anyone on our team that looks like they're cheating? Not really. Maybe me. Sometimes when you see shit like this, it's usually because someone on your team's getting doing a lot of fucking damage, and it doesn't look to be the case at all. Oh! Thank you very much. Yep.
Excellent teamwork.
60 seconds.
This guy is super fucking accurate to begin with. I wanted to Q there, and I should just Q the Mercy. Or the Ana, excuse me. This guy's 100% cheating. Good for him.
Let's show him some air power.
You can see basically, based on the linear relationship between his aim and my movement. So when I speed up, it speeds up almost perfectly in tandem with my aim. There's no over or undershoot on it. Yeah. Good luck. Good luck.
Always more to learn. Establishing aerial position.
Get him, ball. Oh, I thought I killed her. She popped her shield. I had to look back.
Returning to battle. Up and away.
The payload has reached the checkpoint.
Thanks for the assist.
Oh, we aren't going down there. And solo ult just for me.
I've got you in my sights.
Not that it mattered. He could have done that regardless of ulting me, by the way. As we've already seen, so. when Soldier 76 turning on his aimbot is no different than his normal aim. Genji might have something going on there too. Yeah. Here, a Widow. I don't know why I didn't get moved just now with my concussion.
All systems nominal.
By your side.
Ball's out there contesting. I'm just gonna try and go in, push him out.
Returning to battle.
Tough to deal with. Okay. It sounds like he's grouped with these guys. Tried to get right in there, guys, and do it on his shield. I'm just gonna mute this guy. I don't know who he is. Not interested in parasocials that are probably grouped together and trying to BM, so. Good old aimbot on our soldier. Still there, just sitting in back. Very, very accurate soldier, but we already know he's cheating, so. Yep. Good, good, good. Actually missed there, which means it probably is a min-lock distance. Didn't just click me. Good. Alright. Next game. And let's do our reports. So Soldier 76 cheating, very obvious. I think Genji's cheating too. He has an alignment on ability use. We definitely saw him throwing 3 stars at super long range. Next game. Good. What do you call someone that isn't, like, hasn't socialized properly with people and doesn't know how to act around them? It's not like being normal, like you have to be normal. Socially inept? No. Like, you don't have to be a normie, but like you're incapable of understanding empathy and relating to people around them. Social sense? Zero social sense? Social intelligence? Yeah, social intelligence. Social intelligence is the capacity to know oneself and know others. Social intelligence is learned from develops. It's actually a psychology term. Developed from experience with people, learning from success and failures in social settings. Yeah, so someone that hasn't socialized basically at all. Good. Next game. Lots of cheating tonight, guys. Let's see what our next game's like. And basically 1 to 2 cheaters per game the entire night. Not the entire night. We've had a couple that are alright. There's 2s, 1s, 2.
Increasing altitude.
There used to be a railing here. They must have got rid of it. This was been a map problem. Zoomers? I mean, to a certain extent, but Zoomers, like, you can be socially intelligent within your generation, right? Like, even if you get to talk about things being lit or having Riz or whatever, you know, you can interact with people in the own way that's generally how people interact in your generation. That's fine, right? It's like people that literally, like, live on a computer that haven't been able to actually figure out life from interacting with people online. Like, they just choose not to or something. That's a widow. No. I don't mean that in a bad way. You can be, like, have poor social intelligence, and they're not really going to hold it against you. It's when you turn into be an asshole. For your interaction, you choose to be an asshole. You don't need to be an asshole, right? I mean, I'm definitely not against weirdos either, so. Want to be a weirdo? Good for you. You. One nice guy. Genji. I need to try more for mid-airs. They're painful because he missed them and it's just better going for a ground shot. I need to try mid-airing people more. Weird.
All systems nominal.
You're just shaking at clouds. Is that a saying? Is that an idiom? Or are you actually just outside shaking at clouds right now? You idiom me? I went to save the Kiriko and got myself killed. Parasocial is when It's the relationship people form with people that are online figures, or just, like, public figures. God, I should have punched her. She's at fucking full health now. I don't know where Anna went. She went and hid right away.
Let the performance begin. Making another approach.
Ah. It's like shaking your stick. Oh, what the fuck is that? he like couldn't fucking find me. Normally it's you that can't find the Genji. He's just swinging his sword randomly.
I need healing.
Normally it's the other way that he just fucking stood up there, swung randomly. Yeah.
I look after my own. On the move. Up and away. I will not waste this opportunity.
Yeah. Balls should go play with themselves. Hey, look, guys, she's on top of the building, and I didn't see her because red is the same color as the building. Wow. Love this game. And there's a giant fucking bright sunlight on the side of me, so I can't fucking see her. Good. And headshot.
Let's show him some air power. En route.
But yeah, I'm pretty open-minded as far as like socializing and how people choose to interact with the others. But there are some people that literally don't choose to interact with others in like a way that would be like, you know, mutually beneficial. You like protecting her? What the fuck's going on there? Does he know he's AFK? Good. Alright, man.
The skies await.
Possibly should have killed the Genji first. It's like, questionable whether or not someone's cheating or not, whether or not you want to do it.
No one can hide.
Oh my god, mercy. Yeah.
Returning to battle.
Orla by your side.
Why I thought I had an ult. What? Is it pre-made? What the fuck's going on here? Huh.
Making another approach.
It takes 100 times to learn.
Yep. I think the Genji's cheating, but I'm not certain on that. We have a lot of cheaters tonight, guys. Like, it's not even remotely competent. Alright, let's see.
Play of the game.
Widow also might have been cheating, but we died to her like twice. She mainly killed everyone else on our team. Oh. Pretty sure those guys cheating. There's a pretty big difference between that guy hitting every single shot and him just standing and looking like a doofus on the roof after he missed it. Widow might have also been cheating, but don't know. Died to her like 3 times. One was a pop shot in the air when I basically eat out, and then she hit me when she had an ultimate on the first point. Lots and lots of cheating tonight, guys. Ridiculous amounts. There's also the head-on where I basically just like charged straight at her and she had to like flick up from below my character to my head. That wasn't a body shot at all. That was a head shot. Pretty sure the Widow was cheating too, but once again we only had like 3 kill cams on her, 2 kill cams. It'll happen. One of those nights, guys. Oh my god, wallpaper change.
We've taken the lead. Good work, everyone.
I've mentioned this before. I've mentioned this before, but I very much feel like that corridor should only occasionally be used for reinforce. It should not actually be used to try and take the point, because every time I've seen someone try to go through that little corridor there, it has always resulted in basically them pushing from here to here on either side. Like, it doesn't matter. It's like a trap. I mentioned that before. Also, I can't fucking wait to get away from this, using VBR. It's really fucking hard on my eyes.
You weren't watching the skies. I need healing. Establishing aerial position.
Stand on that? Nope. Fake, guys. Whoop. Oh my god, Mercy. Did I get it? Oh, nope. I almost killed the 2 guys behind me. I spent too much time on the monkey. He immediately ran behind the cart, and I should have just immediately stopped looking at him, but I still tried to hit him a little bit. We got a Genji that's killing everyone. Good. Apparently. I know he's behind me. You can't kill him. What do you want me to do about that? Bye, Mercy. I'll be with you shortly. Oh! Oh! Oh, those fucking aimbot grenades! Yeah. I guess we're looking at this guy. Yep. Lots of cheating tonight, guys. Ridiculous amount of cheating tonight. Luckily we had mercy heals, because that soldier was very accurate. Or maybe Genji, I'm not sure which. Alright, I need to take a piss. Actually, it's that time of the night, guys. I think we're done here tonight. Let's take a look at some stats here. We had some really poor matches tonight in terms of cheating, which is going to really put a wrench into our accuracy stats here. A lot of low... Oh, there's a nice one. A lot of under 40%. That one, like, even though we have a high amount of accuracy, we have very poor direct hit accuracy. 12. Eight, that's pretty poopy. That was with the two cheaters last match. Was it? No, this is with the Widow and the cheating Genji. This is with the cheaters. A lot of these have cheaters in them. Yeah. Alrighty, guys. I'm out here for seeing you guys tomorrow. Will be more Overwatch 2. So you guys have that to look forward to or not to look forward to. Not exactly sure what the fuck is going on here. I'm pretty sure tonight we had a boatload of cheating, and that just completely throws off any stat gathering you can get because you're just going to get mowed down over and over and over again. And or you got to take really, really safe angles, which are going to lower your accuracy a lot. So, yeah. I'm out here for the scene, though, guys. Tomorrow will be more Overwatch 2, so you guys have that to look forward to or not to look forward to. If you are new to the stream, you enjoyed the bullshit, you enjoyed the fun, you enjoyed the cheaters, make sure you hit the follow button in the top right-hand corner. I usually stream every day from evening to late night, GMT-6, so 8 to 9 p.m. Central Standard Time to 1 to 2 a.m., give or take. Depends what's going on in my life, what's happening, etc., guys. The usual shenanigans. But yeah, I am out here for this evening. Tomorrow will be more of the OW2s. But yeah, we'll see where things go tomorrow. But anyways, guys, thanks for watching my stream as always, and I hope you guys have a wonderfully fantastic Tuesday night and Wednesday morning. Have a good day, guys.